Hmm. Ah. Kärmällä. Kärmällä. Hei, 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 käyn kärmällä. Okay. I understand it. Can't solve the problem right now. In the meantime, I want bounce shot. Can I just edit this? Okay. Cool with that. Let's save this. Editing. This is the one. Maybe I should end with this, actually. Alright, this is day 21. 19th. Technically week 5. My goodness. All right. Come on. Oh my FAO shorts. Wow. Niet zo goed. Oh, that was a high score. Whoops. Okay, yeah, week 5. Of the 10-week challenge. Missed 2 days so far. So that's why it's 21, but Wednesday of week 5. I should technically be on day 20. 1, 2, 3. 3. Oh my god, this guy is elusive. I have switched up my my regiment. So this is day 21, which technically should be the start of week 5 if I hadn't missed those 2 days. And I know I'll be missing a handful of days here and there, actually, in weeks to come. So probably will end up being all in closer to like 8 weeks. I'm missing a day next Friday. I'm missing a whole week in August. So swapping at the 4-week point probably does make sense. At the 20-day mark, I guess, actually. Eek, Baba Durkle. So it's the start of something new. Feels so right. But still trying to just improve my aim. Alright, I was kind of doing something there. Another high score. Jeez. Extreme improvement out the gate. You shouldn't be able to change your direction midair. Very firm beliefs on that. My question is, should I be doing bounce shot after I do strafe? Because there is an added element of when to click, whereas strafe is just you're just trying to follow these. So I would maybe think this should come last. Because this other strafe will warm me up. Be great if I could hit these. There also is like a decision-making process too, like which one to go for. Oh, love that. Oh, is there a thought process of just like waiting for them to get to the apex? Like that? Let them come to you. Also, I was rewatching some other videos of mine last night, and I realized on the grid shot, I was losing points for not hitting targets, which I did not know was a thing. Who's sending me Outlook messages? Otherwise, business as usual. Patient. Wait for your shot. Patience is key. Is my mic? Ah, shit. I haven't checked to make sure. I unplugged this mic. Hopefully it has been tracking, picking up my audio. Been giving some great comms. Be disservice. Okay, come on. Calm down. Settle down now, child. Test. Yeah, I'm good. We're bouncing. We're bouncing, baby. Is there anything on the bottom left screen that I should be? No, I think nada. Oh my, hit a shot, please. Bing bong, bing bong. All right, I feel pretty good about that. Ending on last one, best one, baby. Oh, these tracks are gonna be the death of me. So silly. This probably should be the start. Ah, he's so elusive though. So elusive. Just micro movements. Chop it up. Chop it up. What is Discord saying to me? Email outreach needed. What? We champion on. It's a little bit warm in here, a little bit warm. Hey. Chill. This guy's going nuts. This guy's going nuts. You're not supposed to move this much. Oh, I'm tracking you down though, baby. You can't escape me. You can't escape me. Oh! Someone learned how to aim. Psych. Hey. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, 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 chill. Oh, over-aimed. Oh yeah, you're dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, 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 dead. Oh, yo, love that. Rank up. Get my rank up, baby. Gonna be cowboy, baby. Should I be if I'm way off like that? Should I not be save my percentage? Don't miss. Don't need to be holding this clicker down the entire way. It's like there I could have left up. If I'm chasing, you know? Am I making sense? Am I just talking nonsense? $9? Yo, what happened to these micro flicks, bro? You used to be so much cooler. Not micro flicks, micro tricks. Why are you're going nuts? Do you get harder the, more times I go? Because that actually would be smart. But inconsistent with the high scores. But I'm in silver now, actually, so did you... Oh. Are you getting higher as my rank goes up? I don't like that. I would rather have a consistent AI. You're definitely going nuts right now. Because it's hard to, it's literally, that defeats the point of a benchmark. Don't call it a benchmark. Maybe you're not. Maybe this is normal. I can't tell with you. Bam. 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 Yeah, stay in this little... Stay there so I don't have to move my mouse at all. But I'm still over-moving. Overshooting. I'm gonna need to go refill this old bean water. Stinky, stinky. Oh boy, oh boy. Two to go, two to go, two to go, 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 two to go, two to go, two to go, 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 two to go, two to go, 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 two to go, two to go, go, go. Two to go, 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 go, go. 1 plus 1.5, 1.75. No, I don't know. 1.75. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, 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 wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, go, go. Oh my gosh. Brother. Stay in line for me. Alright, alright. Blink. Don't blink. $21.01, is that a high score? No. Alright, hover track. Why is hover track interesting? This is me killing Faras as Ana. I would appreciate it if this ball was a little bit bigger. Come closer to me. Get over here. Stop being so elusive. You're eluding me. New record. New record. You just keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's just go. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Little bit. We continue to chug along, chug strong. Got him a lap. Got him a lap. I got a cat on my lap, cat, on my lap. Looking at the cat on my lap, looking for pets. Stop licking my hand. You're super cute. You're distracting me. Okay, you can just sleep there. That's a good spot. Well, you're looking for pets? She's looking for pets. Yeah, raise a roof. Raise a roof. Okay, ma'am. Thanks for stopping by. I got 5 of these to go. And then I need some more coffee. And probably El Baño. Kona. I thought we agreed. Ow, you're biting my hand. That's not how you get pets. Quite literally, that's the... Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You're biting that. That hand feeds you. And pets you. Don't bite the hand that pets you. You're just gonna sit on the desk and look at me like that? Hey, Kona! That's not. We don't like that. Oh, that one. Got you for a second there, didn't I? Oh, she's back. Kona. It's not how you get what you want. You can't just shove your head into people's hands to get them to pet you. Well, actually, you do have a pretty good success rate at that. I'm sweating. Oh, I'm falling apart. Was that a high score? Almost. 1, 2. That was, yeah, that was pretty up there. Oh my gosh. Kona, you're just shoving your head into my hand. Eek, Baba Dirkle. Want to go or that was the last one? Want to go, want to go, want to go, go, want to go, want to go, want to go, go. Thanks, Kona. Thanks for playing. Thanks for hanging. Play with you later. Come on, dial in on that. I'm falling apart. Okay. That's it. Feels okay. Feel good about that. Very good, very good. Why did that happen? Oh, this. Why does this happen? There's a chance. Chance. This needs to close. And you should probably not start. Kingsley Gray. That's not you. Overwatch. Yeah, this isn't working. Sources. Video capture device. Very annoying. I don't understand what could possibly. This. I'm going to make this. Yeah, capture device. What's the deal, yo? Okay. I need to go refill. BRB. Jimmy John. Okay. I think we're ready. So let's test a stadium game. Best of 7 for. Oh my goodness. I don't want to do this. Best of 7. I'm fine. Just. See what happens. Oh, found a game.
Vote for a map.
I'm cool with any of these. What am I playing? Heels on heels. Yes. Blizzard Wild. Come on. That's fine.
Welcome to Rialto.
Let's go, team. One team, one dream. Gotta get the comms early. Gotta get the comms early. Cat on my lap. Cat on alert, alert. Cat on my lap. Cat on my lap. Alert, alert. Cat on my lap. You want a hard carry or a soft carry?
Hey, what's the name of that Omnic who's always with you?
Oh, that big hunk of metal. Name's Bob.
Huh. How good is he at carrying priceless artifacts?
Their best. I'm afraid he's spoken for.
Okay. Oh, hard carry. Yeah, okay. I got you.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
Heyo!
Over under 15 sleeps on this game. We'll say 15 and a half.
5, 4,
Sorry. Don't I gotta kick you out of here. Sorry, bud.
1. Stand up straight.
I'm on fire! What else is new?
Hard carry. By hard carry, I mean I'm hard.
Careful. I'm going in. Enough whining. You're fine.
Watch it! Enemy turret ahead!
Nice.
Fortified.
I spot a turret! I'm on fire!
Nice. If that goes bad, she's gonna be coming right back in. I think I just heard her fly somewhere.
How's it going?
Oh, I almost died. So embarrassed. No, first death.
Activating Tiger Strike sequence.
Enemy in sight.
Is somebody above us?
They never learn.
Hard carry.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Imagine dying? LOL. Who dies?
Play of the game.
Excavation initiation!
Adaptive circuits engaged.
That was play the game?
Someone needs to show how it's done.
Choose your map.
Busan!
Now traveling to Busan.
Oh shit! Um... I don't play tank.
Time to save the world. Game on. Nothing gets past me.
I heard that fish takes care of famous.
Vivian, what have you been up to?
Oh, you know, surviving.
And how's that?
Doing much better. Now that you aren't feeding her scraps all the time.
Don't be too reckless out there. I got you. Design damage increase.
Ouch! Oops. No! We can blame me on that one.
Over there, Tana. You got this. Over there. Only you'd have more support.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy over there!
Initializing system. Being so rude. Diva, back in action. Valkyrian breath.
One.
Let the Kitsune guide you!
Let's make up this party!
Score 1-0.
Yo!
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
Ah 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 ah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round
Mobilizing!
capture the objective.
I'm a dancing doctor! Yoo-hoo! Your carry is here! Feeling this? Neutralizing projectile! Was that your best?
Our objective now.
Checking in.
They're Junkrat stinky. I'm gonna get a Goomba Stomp. Going for a Goomba Stomp, going for a Goomba Stomp. Damn, missed it. I hear junk somewhere. Silly, silly.
Play of the game.
Oh, that's me.
Vote for your mount.
Tank again? Ugh. Alright.
Arriving at consent.
Who do we want here? I'm thinking Diva.
Time to save the world? Game on! Stick together. Let me take the hit.
Ideally, we just push this the entire way and we finish this game in like 2 minutes.
3, 2,
Deal? Deal.
1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Oh, come on. We got a couple stragglers.
The goddess is here.
Couple stragglers.
Holding up, T. Sniper, don't get shot.
Rescue that robot.
We have to stop the push. Keep going, Nick. Forward barrier activated.
I'm gonna dive the back line if I can get some heals.
Initiate defense matrix. Neutralize projectile. Lost the lead. Forward barrier activated. Battlefield!
I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna die over here. Nice!
Let's go.
Misery made manifest. They never learn.
Well done, team.
Only a warm-up.
Thank you for carrying me.
Turbo started. Let's go. I'm ready to start a blizzard.
I'm almost back.
Let's kick this off.
Found an enemy. Keep pushing for the win. Let's move the barricade. Do something. Neutralize the projectile. Have to take back the robot. My ultimate is ready. Come on. Pirates disengaging. Rally near the robot and keep
Running away, running away.
The Kitsune guide you.
Damn!
Personne n'est
I don't normally play tank.
engaging thrusters. I'm completely warmed up. Yeah. Nothing gets past me. Keep going, Ned. Sniper, don't get caught. Forward barrier. Get in there. Let's go.
Get the point of the get it over the line. Get it over the line.
Don't tilt, Hana. You got this.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. All right, never mind. I think we're backing up.
You're taking the robot.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Hey, stick with the robot.
Enemy has a robot. Not for long.
You're doing here.
Do something.
Wow. I'm on fire. Keeping Nick. Reset and regroup. Speeding up.
I don't know. You taking these ego battles?
Keeping Nick. Come here, Cookie. Miss me? Diving in. I'm on fire.
All right. I think I need to swap.
Take on the robot. The battle ignites me.
60 seconds remaining.
Come on now. My outfit is almost ready. Let the Kitsune
Yikes.
guide you.
Fuck!
We need that robot.
I don't play tank. I don't want to play tank.
Remaining.
Good. Good.
Everyone? Oh no! The end is catching up.
Play slow. We can win this. We can win this. I'm almost here. Don't die. Don't die. Team.
Minor perk unlocked.
Look out! If we stop them, we can steal
Well done.
Victory.
If I want to get better, I probably should play more tank, actually.
Select a map.
Oh, shit. Wait, Blizzard World. Ah, damn.
Now traveling to Paris. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
No.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Must find hope in the impossible.
How y'all doing?
Stick with me and you'll climb straight to the top.
How do I not have an endorsement level 2? Let's go, team.
5, 4, 3.
With the power of friendship, we can do anything.
Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
We're gonna have a hell of a time.
Well done, well done.
Objective A captured.
Heals coming up.
Silly Genji.
Got eyes on an enemy.
Azarya is very powered up.
Keep a lookout. I'm on fire. Fields are locked.
We're doing great, team. We're doing great. That was their team that was talking shit. Their tank.
Get over here.
I almost have ult.
I've got you in my sights.
Zomba's the only one that's gotten a kill.
Let's go get her. You're not even an effective criminal.
I heard her over here.
You can't beat
Oopsie, gotcha.
Огонь по готовности!
No! My only deck.
Play of the game.
Let's go, baby.
I've got you in my sights.
Where are... Want a team deathmatch game? I feel like I have to do... Wait, no, cancel. We're at 13. Let's see how long stadium games are. I also don't know anything about stadium. I think you like build characters differently. I guess I do know a little bit about stadium. But like,
Arriving at Shadowmere.
Every soldier needs a cause.
the only one in here.
Victory calls in the stadium. First up, get ready for control. My money's on this one.
I don't know how to play this game mode. I'll do my best though. Joy Boy has returned.
Almost ready to get this game started.
Almost ready to get this game started.
These teams will have your circuits overloading with excitement.
Let's go, baby.
Welcome to the armory. Now's the time for our teams to work out their strategies.
I have no idea what to do here.
Everyone could use a little help in the stadium. These are example builds picked by the pros to start our competitors off on the right foot. Time to power up. Powers are impactful modifiers that define a build, so competitors must choose carefully.
Match is canceled. What the?
The first round can't get here quick enough.
Come on. What is that? I could already have won a game by now. Unless Stadium is really fun. Then it's like... I gotta play at least one. Let's go, team!
The stadium
Gotta get the
opens.
cons. Akaria.
First up, let's push.
Alright, team.
Soldier 76 is here to run down the competition. It's nearly time to start the game, and the crowd couldn't...
Another lever?
Folks, this is a match you'll want to watch.
Wait. This gonna backfill or what?
Welcome to the armory. The teams are gearing up. Every choice is crucial. Everyone could use a little help in the
All right.
stadium.
I mean,
These are example builds picked by the pros to start our competitors off on the right foot.
Choose your map.
ooh, I actually like a Gibraltar. I would like to play Heels O'Neills, please. That would be fun for me. That would be fun. I'm the only voter. Oh! Nice.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I don't have Ash unlocked.
We're in this together. All of us. Follow my lead. I'll make sure this goes smoothly. Coming through.
Hello. What matters is that we fight to the
Can
very
I do get a like
last
a
second.
yeah, there we go.
Take care of each other out there. Greetings.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers in Nile.
Behind us.
Dodge this. That's that.
Back out.
Thanks for that.
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
I'll make it worth your while.
Fall back! We are stronger together.
Well done, well done.
You are safe with me.
That ult on my part.
Dodge this.
Thank you.
Railgun charged. I'm on my game now.
Get Mercy, get Mercy. Oh.
I'll have to find a better way to
Let the
engage.
Kitsune guide you.
We need to help their progress.
I'll make it worth your while. Railgun charged. Damn. That feels much better.
Cut back, cut back.
Disrupting. This ends now.
They roll back.
Come on, Vivian.
Hold.
Get yourself together.
Hold.
My duty is being
We're here, we're here.
30 seconds.
I'm so bad. I shouldn't be this person. I will change. I like Soldier.
We need to stop.
The payload.
We can win this team. We can win this.
Every soldier needs a cause.
I swapped, so we're gonna win now.
I'm Dinah Zaita.
Feeling spry. I'm with you. Watch here. Redeploying. My
That one
wings!
here.
over there.
Dagger. Where? Dagger, stagger. Noise.
Stop it. Keep a lookout.
Tengo que irme.
Going up top.
Damn it.
sterben nicht.
60 seconds.
Battle Mercy! No! I got fucking Battle Mercied!
60 seconds.
Insane. Yo, tank carry.
I've seen tougher spots.
Hands ahead.
That warms the
30
bones.
seconds.
ありがとう。
Oh! What was I doing?
30 seconds.
I got jumped.
They can't get away with this.
Ooh, we might just pull back. Regroup if we can.
Seconds.
I've got you in my sights.
Yeah, it's a good game. I think we lose this. Play for third point.
Yeah.
Are we here?
lose this for sure.
Are we here? Are we here?
We can try.
Focus targets. Mercy, mercy. Yo, I'm getting focused. That ult for them, though. Actually, that's fine. Yeah, pull out, pull out.
I've seen tougher spots. You are needed here.
Mercy, mercy.
I've got meds. Who needs them? Heat check. Affirmative.
We can maybe hold closer. No. Yeah. Getting height.
Helden sterben nicht.
Worth.
10 seconds.
They can't get away with this.
I'm here.
Bro, this Mercy is really soloing me out.
I've got you in my sights.
Full regroup here, we win. Full regroup here. Focus healers if you can. Yo.
Team defeat.
GG's, it was a good game.
Play of the game.
Last game.
Job well done.
Oh, we got a Lilith.
Amazing.
Lilith. If I hold it up here, it's do I talk normally? Yeah. If I hold it up here, I would need to decrease the... That's actually pretty good. Lilith!
Vote for your man.
Hollywood, and Heels on heels! Come on, please, we play Hollywood. Hollywood, please, Hollywood. Uh-oh, there's a cat coming over. Cat on my lap! Don't worry, we'll win this. Fret not. Yeah, Magoozy. Just what you want? Just what you want?
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Yeah. Kitty cat, kitty cat. Hey. Hey.
Yes.
Big pets. Big pets.
Hello there.
Well met.
Alright, see you later.
Thanks.
Whoosh. Hi. What do you need help with? Farting? Yeah, don't force it. Kona, I need you to
4, 3,
relax.
1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Depends what you're working with. I would say no, probably. Oh, I'm too far.
I appreciate the support. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Pushing.
Objective A. Targeting hostile.
Protect the payload.
Enemy in sight. I've got you.
Fix you up.
I needed that.
Ooh.
I'm on a target. I won't let you fall. My ultimate is ready.
Well, I'm gonna nano you.
You're powered up. Get in there. Pressed up. Enemy trapped here. Covering you. Stand up straight.
I'm getting height. Just getting on your point.
Payload secured. Let's move.
Backing up, backing up, backing up.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Engaging thrusters.
Enemy in sight.
Going up the height.
Fortified. أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا. My ultimate is ready. Get in there and I will see you. Enough whining. You're fine. وليهم قوتك. You'll have to try harder than that.
You use the ult in our spawn.
Stand up straight. I am
Push! I'm trapped! Well done.
payload mobilizing.
Well, there's an Ashe up top. Can you go get her? 4 seconds on fleet.
أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا.
Point, point, point. Key point.
Fortified.
Stay point. Yeah, baby. I did more than our DPS there. Well done, team. Well done. Okie dokie. On to game development. Oakley dokley. Okay, so no issues out the jump, which leads me to believe there will be no issues. Yep, all right, we're moving, no problem. Cool. Local rotation. Let's do it.
Hello and welcome back. Now we are moving our tank forward and backward, but we have no way to actually steer the tank. So in this video, we're going to work on actually turning the tank using something called local rotation. This is the rotational analog to add actor local offset. Now add actor local offset had multiple input parameters, and we only passed in the first one as the other three were optional. But one of those other three had to do with sweeping, and we're going to discuss a little bit about sweeping before we continue implementing rotation. So I'm back in the documentation for add actor local offset. So let's take a look at these input parameters once more. The second one is called bsweep, and it's a Boolean. Now, if we scroll down a little bit more and read the information here for bsweep, it says whether we sweep to the destination location, triggering overlaps along the way and stopping short of the target if blocked by something. It also goes on to say that only the root component is swept and checked for blocking collision. Child components move without sweeping. If collision is off, this has no effect. So let's talk about what this means. Now, in games programming, sweeping is a technique done by the engine as long as sweeping is enabled. If we have a moving object, such as a sphere represented by this circle, each frame, as this sphere is moving, the engine is performing sweep checks. This means it's checking to see if that move for this particular frame would have resulted in an overlap between two objects. So I have this block here represented by this rectangle. Now let's just consider that these are the only two objects in the world. So while sweeping is enabled, as the sphere is moving towards the object, the engine is checking to see if these two objects are overlapping. Now as the sphere continues to move, let's say during one of these frames, the sphere would have moved such that it's overlapping the other object. Now, what sweeping enabled does is the engine will detect this overlap and move that sphere back for that particular frame so that it never actually penetrates the object. Now, we never actually see the sphere penetrate the object. The engine catches that overlap before the movement is actually implemented, so the result is that we see that the sphere stops just short of overlapping. So if this rectangle were a wall, for example, the sphere would stop at the surface of the wall. That is what sweeping achieves for us. Now, the documentation says if collision is off, this has no effect. So collision has to be enabled in order for sweeping to work. So back here in tank.cpp in the move function, here's our call to add actor local offset. And if we want, we can pass in another input parameter here, the second one being the sweep boolean. So we can pass in true here. So let's compile this and see the effect of enabling sweeping. Now, if we press
Weather looking like today. Weather. Live coding.
play and we attempt to move through a wall, for example, we'll see that we move right through the wall. So something isn't quite working here. Now let's look at what that root component for the BP pawn.
Oh, I moved through it.
Is recall we used the capsule component for the root. So with capsule component selected in BP Pawn Tank, let's go to the details panel and scroll down, and we'll see here a section called collision. And here we see collision presets, and it has a drop down. So let's expand that. Now collision
collision.
presets can be set to any number of options, and by default we see overlap all dynamic. Now depending on the version of Unreal Engine you're using, you may see something else here, but we can change this. If we select the dropdown and choose block all dynamic, then the grayed out options below change. Remember, we were on overlap all dynamic, and here we see 3 columns of checkboxes. These are collision responses, and the column to the left show a list of collision object types. So any given component has its own collision object type. Notice we can see the object type for the capsule set to world dynamic. And when we changed collision presets to block all dynamic, you'll see that the collision responses are all checked to block in response to all other collision object types. So let's press play and see what happens when we try to pass through things. You'll see that we stop just short.
Can't move now? Why can't I move?
Of overlap.
That's weird.
With the other pawns. Now, if I move the tank so that we can attempt to overlap with the wall and sort of go around the other pawns, now if I press play, I block the wall as well. So this collision preset.
Okay, so I'm getting an error that they are not. AI controller.
Something else here, but we can change this. If we select the dropdown and choose Block All Dynamic, then the grayed out options below change.
Oh shoot. All right. Okay. This is causing them. Cool.
Remember, we were on overlap all dynamic, and here we see 3 columns of checkboxes. These are collision responses, and the column to the left show a list of collision object types. So any given component has its own collision object type. Notice we can see the object type for the capsule set to world dynamic. And when we changed collision presets to block all dynamic, you'll see that the collision responses are all checked to block in response to all other collision object types. So let's press play and see what happens when we try to pass through things. You'll see that we stop just short of overlapping with the other pawns. Now, if I move the tank so that we can attempt to overlap with the wall and sort of go around the other pawns, now if I press play, I block the wall as well. So this collision preset, block all dynamic, sets the collision response to block all other object types. And you can always see the collision object type of a particular component by selecting it in the components panel and scrolling down to the collision section in the details panel and opening the dropdown for collision presets. I have the base mesh selected and its object type is world dynamic and it's set to block all. So now we see that sweeping is working since we set our collision presets for the capsule comp to block all dynamic. And we saw in the documentation that only the root component is swept and checked for blocking collision. So it doesn't really matter what the other components are set to. We're only checking to see if the root component is blocking something. Now, one issue that's tripped up some students is that they cannot move as soon as they set the capsule to block all dynamic. Now, one reason for this could be that your capsule is overlapping with the floor. If the capsule is overlapping with the floor, you won't be able to move because the engine will not allow your tank to move if the capsule component is overlapping with something that it's set to block. So an easy fix for this would be to make sure your capsule is not overlapping with the floor. Now you can go into your BP pawn tank and make sure that your capsule is just above the wheels here. I'm going to go into orthographic view and select my base mesh and just bring it down so the wheels are just below the capsule component. So now if you're
Duh, that's what I was doing. Oh, we'll do it all. Viewport. Orthographic. Can I change this to... There we go. Aha. Undo snap. Where is the snap? Now we're moving. That was the issue.
mesh is just on the floor and the capsule is just above the mesh, you should be able to move around. So I'm going to hit play, and there we go. So now that we have sweeping out of the way, it's time to start implementing rotation. Let's go back to our project settings. So we go to Edit, Project Settings, scroll down to Input, and in the Input section, we have our axis mappings. Now we've already taken care of Move Forward. Project Settings, Scroll down to Input, and in the Input section, we have our axis mappings. Now we've already taken care of Move Forward. It's time to take care of the next one called Turn. And Turn has D and A assigned to it, where D has a scale of 1 and A has a scale of -1. We'd like to use the D and A keys to rotate the tank. So in order to bind a function to the turn axis mapping, we need a function to bind. So we're back in VS Code, and I'm going to go into the tank.h file so we can create a function to bind to that turn axis mapping. Now I'm just going to call this void function turn, and just like move, it needs a float input parameter, and we'll call this value. So we've declared this function. Let's define it in tank.cpp, and I'm going to put it just under the move function. So I've given it a function body, and I need the class name along with the double colons just before the function name. Now we have a proper function. Now this isn't the only thing we need to do. We need to make sure that this function is bound to the axis mapping called turn. We do that in setUpPlayerInputComponent, and we do it just like we did the move forward axis mapping. So we're going to say player input component. We're going to use the arrow operator and bind axis. Now, the first parameter is going to be the axis mapping name wrapped in a text macro. So we're going to say turn, as that was the axis mapping name. Next is the object we're binding the function for. We can pass in this. And finally, we pass in the function we'd like to bind. Again, we need the address of operator, and it's going to be a tank turn. So it's as easy as that. We've bound the turn function to the turn axis mapping. The only thing left is to...
This is bound to... Gotcha.
Actually do something in the turn function. Now we've seen that we have add actor local offset, but there's a rotational analog to this function, and it's called add actor local rotation. What this does is adds a local rotation to the actor, as its name suggests. And you'll see that there are two different versions of the function, one that takes an F rotator and one that takes something called an F quad. We're going to use the version that takes an F rotator. It's called delta rotation, and just like add actor local offset, it can also take a sweep parameter and the same other two input parameters as add actor local offset, and these last three input parameters are optional, just like add actor local offset. So instead of an F vector, we're going to pass in an F rotator. Now back here in the turn function, if we create an F rotator, and we call this delta rotation, we'll see that if we right-click on F rotator and go to definition, we're taken to rotator.h, and we'll see three public...
Did you declare this in H? No, you turned...
This delta rotation, we'll see that if we right-click on F rotator and go to definition, we're taken to rotator.h, and we'll see three public member variables here of type float. Now, just like the F vector, F rotator...
You're looking at something different. You're looking at a struct. In math? No, you're in rotator.h. F rotator. Pitch, yaw, and roll.
Rotator has these three components, only instead of X, Y, and Z, we have pitch, yaw, and roll. Now, yaw is the component that we're interested in. It says rotation around the up axis, in parentheses, around Z axis, and that's the only type of rotation we care about, rotating around the Z axis. That's how we can steer our tank. Now, I'm just going to point out to you that there are multiple constructors for the F rotator as well, and that the default, again, says no initialization, just like with the F vector. So we can use the one that takes a single float, and all components will be initialized to that float value. There's one with 3 float values, and you can take a look and see some of the others. Now, I'll also point out that there's a 0 rotator. And by the way, this is a static 0 rotator. That's why we can go back into tank.cpp and say something like equals F rotator 0 rotator. 0 rotator is a static member variable, and you can access static member functions and variables like this by specifying the class name with the scope resolution operator and referencing that static variable or function by name. That's what we're doing here with uGameplayStatics. GetWorldDeltaSeconds is a static function, meaning we don't need an actual instance of the uGameplayStatics class to exist for us to access that static function. It just exists already. Same with 0 rotator and 0 vector. So I'm going to close out of rotator.h, and we have this delta rotation, and it's initialized to a 0 rotator. Now, yaw, pitch, and roll are zeroed out, just like X, Y, and Z are zeroed out for the F vector. So we're going to need to change that yaw component. So just like I did with our delta location function, let's create some pseudocode for delta rotations yaw. We're going to want yaw to be set to value, scaled by delta time, of course, because we want this turning to be frame rate independent, but we also need some sort of turning speed. We can call this turn rate. So once we've set that yaw, then we can add that local rotation, which is going to rotate the actor according to the F rotator each frame, and that yaw will be scaled by value. So it'll be zero if we're not pressing any keys, and it will have a value if we're pressing the D and A keys. So now you have a challenge. This is going to work just like adding the actor local offset. The only difference is we're rotating the actor now. So since we need some sort of turn rate for rotating the actor, you're going to create a turn rate variable. Make this a float and put it in the private section right next to the speed variable. Expose this variable with uProperty and choose the appropriate uProperty specifier.
Need a turn rate.
Now in the turn function, you're going to set delta rotation. In particular, we care about the yaw component. Set the yaw value equal to value times our turn rate variable and also multiply by delta time. And then you're ready to call add actor local rotation, passing in this F rotator. Now for the second parameter, go ahead and pass in true for the B sweep input, since we do want to sweep when rotating. Pause the video and implement rotation for the tank now.
Pause the video now. This will be delta rotation dot y, I think it is, equals, or is it dot yaw? Value times delta. Well, it'll be you gain play statics get world delta seconds this times turn rate, and then tank.h we can make a private video. I don't know. Live code to Bish. Oh man, is this gonna compile first try? This would be sick. Oh. Okay.
Okay, so this is going to be fairly simple. We just need a turn rate variable. Now I'm going to go into tank.h just under speed and create float turn rate. You probably initialize this to some value, and that's okay if it's different than what I'm choosing. I'm going to go with 45.f and see how that works, but we're going to expose this to blueprints so we can change it while we're developing. Now, I'd like it to be edit anywhere, and I'm going to stick it in the same category movement as speed. So I'm going to go ahead and steal this U property and paste it right here above turn rate, so it's edit anywhere, category movement. Now in tank.cpp, I'm ready to set the yaw for delta rotation. So we're going to say delta rotation.yaw, and we're going to set it equal to value times turn rate times delta time. And of course we can get delta time with U gameplay statics get world delta seconds, passing in this as the world context object. So I'm going to paste that right there. Now, I know that my pseudocode doesn't exactly match. It's in the wrong order. Delta time is in the middle here. It doesn't matter because when multiplying three values together, you can multiply them in any order and still get the same result. So just in case you were wondering about that, the math will still come out the same if you multiply these three values in a different order. So don't worry about that too much. Now we have delta rotation. The only thing left to do is to call add actor local rotation. And we're passing in delta rotation. And for the second input, we're going to pass in true to enable sweeping when rotating. So let's compile this. All right, we're compiled. Now you may notice in a couple of the next videos that zero vector and zero rotator are missing from these lines. That's because I started off with these uninitialized and realized later that these should probably be initialized, at least with zero values. So don't worry if you see these lines later looking like this, uninitialized. Keep your zero vector and your zero rotator, and you'll see that I catch this in a near future video, so don't worry if you don't see these initializations. They should be there. And we're back in the editor. Let's hit play, and I'm going to use the D key, and we're rotating. And
Oh. We're moving, baby.
The A key rotates me back the other way, and we can also move forward and back. So now that we can rotate and move forward, we have the ability to move around the world. This is a great milestone. Now, I'm moving quite slowly, but that's okay because I can select my tank, and I can search for the movement category and change turn rate to something higher, such as 90. So let's go ahead and hit play. And that's quite a bit faster. Now, if you think this is still a little slow, you can, of course, adjust these. So I'm going to select the pawn tank again, and instead of 400, let's make it 800. Why not? And instead of 90, let's go to, say, 120. Now, if I press play, I'm quite a bit faster. So this is looking really, really good. So looking back at the section plan, we now have a tank that can move throughout the world. That first bullet point is definitely checked off. And we're handling WASD movement. We're not handling mouse input just yet, but we'll get to that. But we're one step closer to making this game complete. So in summary, we learned what sweeping is and how we can enable that so that our objects do not pass through one another. We added an actor local rotation, and we did this implementing a turn rate that we could adjust in the details panel in the editor to make development a little bit easier. Great job. We're now moving the tank. Hello and welcome back. Now we have movement for the pawn, but we're not rotating that top part of the pawn, which we're calling the turret. So we'd like to be able to do that using our mouse. Now take a look at what's going on here. As I'm moving my mouse cursor around in the world, I'm getting this red sphere. This is a debug sphere that I'm drawing in 3D space. Now notice as I move up against a wall, that sphere moves against the surface of the wall. So wherever my mouse cursor is moving, I'm getting this sphere that corresponds to whatever object I'm hitting based on my cursor location. And this is going to be useful for us so we can have a location in space that we can rotate our turret towards. Now, in order to do this, there are some functions we need on the controller. So we have to access those functions on the controller, and in this video, we're going to work on setting that up. And we're also going to discuss how this is going to involve a concept known as casting. Now, the reason we want the controller is because there are functions on the controller that allow us to get the hit result under the cursor. Now, we're talking about the mouse cursor. So say this is our screen, and here's our mouse cursor. And the point at the tip of the cursor corresponds to a location on the screen. Now, if we move the cursor around, our goal is that the turret part of our tank, that top part of our mesh, is going to rotate so that it's facing the direction of that cursor. Now, if we move the cursor around, there's a function on the controller that we can use to get the location corresponding to that cursor. If we were to draw a line straight out from the camera towards the cursor and hit some object in the world, we can get that location and use that location to set the rotation for the tank turret. Let me show you what I mean. Now, in order to get this hit location corresponding to our cursor, we need to use the controller. Now, let's talk about the controller for a brief moment. Let's say we have our pawn in the world. A pawn will have a controller. This is an invisible object that's associated with the pawn. Now for our pawn, our controller is going to have the type A player controller. And at the beginning of the game, the controller will possess the pawn. This is why we can see from the point of view of the camera that belongs to our pawn tank. Now we can access this controller. Our tank class inherits a function called getController. It's inherited from the pawn class. So what we'd like to do is get a hold of that controller and store that in a variable so that we can use it to access the function we need to get the hit result under the cursor. So let's set ourselves up for that. Now I'm here in the tank class, and the place we need to access our controller is begin play. If we do it in the constructor, that's too early, and we may not have a valid controller just yet. So we're going to need the begin play function here in the tank class. Now we have it here in the base pawn class, and so far we're not really using begin play in the base pawn class. So what I'd like to do is move it over to the tank class. So I'm going to highlight begin play, including the comment and the protected section here, and I'm simply going to cut it, and then back in tank.h.
Wait, I missed that. I was spaced out.
And here in the tank class. Now we have it here, and the place we need to access our controller is begin play. If we do it in the constructor, that's too early, and we may not have a valid controller just yet. So we're going to need the begin play function here in the tank class. Now we have it here in the base pawn class, and so far we're not really using begin play in the base pawn class. So what I'd like to do is move it over to the tank class. So I'm going to highlight begin play, including the comment and the protected section here, and I'm simply going to cut it. And then back in tank.h, I'm going to paste it. Let's add this protected section here just above the private section with begin play inside. Now we've removed begin play from base pawn.h. We no longer have it here, but we also need to remove it from base pawn.cpp. Here it is. We can go ahead and delete it here. And now we have it declared here in tank.h, but we also need to define it in tank.cpp. So I'm going to define the function just under setup player input component. So it's going to be void begin play with no input parameters. There's the function body, and we also
Yeah. A tank,
prefixing the function name. Now we know it's important to call super begin play, so that way any functionality in the begin play function in any of the parent classes will be still called. So here we have begin play. This is where we can get our controller and store it in a variable. So let's go back to tank.h and create a variable. Now this is going to be private, and I'm going to stick it down here at the bottom of the private section. And it's going to be a player controller pointer type. And we can call this player controller ref. This will be our reference to the player controller. Now, we're not talking about a C++ reference. This is still just a pointer, but we're going to use this to refer to the player controller. So now we have a player controller ref variable of type A player controller, and we're ready to store the controller in this pointer. So let's go back to tank.cpp here in begin play and attempt to do this. So what I'm going to do is say player controller ref equals, and I'm going to attempt to call get controller. Now, get controller, as I mentioned, is on the pawn class. Let's right click and go to definition and notice that this function returns an A controller. Now, our variable is of type A player controller, not A controller. So what we're attempting to do.
This is actually returning a UI Krig controller. Uh-oh.
Here, that this function returns an A controller. Now, our variable is of type A player controller, not A controller. So what we're attempting to do here is take the return value from get controller, which is of A controller pointer type, and we're trying to store it in an A player controller pointer. Notice we see the red squiggly here. It says a value of type A
That's a follow. David John, what up, homie?
controller pointer cannot be assigned to an entity of type A player controller. We're getting an error. Let's take a look here at the documentation for A controller. Take a look. Here's A controller, and it says inheritance hierarchy. And below A controller, we see a AI controller and a player controller. This means
Bruh. What?
A player controller is a child class of A controller. Now, in C++, we cannot have a pointer of type A player controller store the value of the address of an A controller. A controller is the parent type. A player controller is the child type. You cannot take an object of parent type and store it in a pointer of child type. So how do we get around this? So here's our problem. The getController function returns the address of an A controller. Now, this is something we could store in an A controller pointer, but we can't store it in an A player controller pointer. The funny thing is, though, that the object returned by getController is in fact a player controller. So we have this address in the form of an A controller pointer, and we know it stores a player controller, but if we have it in the form of an A controller, we cannot access the function that we need because it exists on a player controller. The function is called getHitResult under cursor. Now, if we have a value of type A controller pointer, and we attempt to get that function that exists on a player controller, we will fail to do so. We'll get a compilation error. So since we know the object itself...
What up, David John? David. I'm doing well, bro. How are you? Doing some game development right now.
Is a player controller. It's just stored in an A controller pointer. How do we get around this problem? The answer is we have to cast. We know that A controller is the parent class and A player controller is the child class. And we know that we cannot have an A controller stored in an A player controller pointer. We know we can go the other way around and have an A controller pointer store an object of A player controller. That's in fact
What about you? I'm developing some games.
what we're seeing when we call getController. It returns an A controller pointer that points to an A player controller. So if we have a value of type A controller pointer,
Just
we use
cast
a
it.
special function called a cast to convert the type of the pointer to an A player controller pointer. So casting changes the type of one pointer to another pointer type, as long as the object itself is the type that we're trying to cast to. Now, if we attempted to cast to an invalid type, for example, we have an A controller pointer pointing to a player controller object. If we attempt to cast to, say, A character, the cast function returns null, and we say that we fail the cast. So the cast function looks like this. It's a template, just like create default subobject. This template function will adapt to the type chosen, and in this function, the type we pass in is the type we're casting to. So we pass that type we'd like to cast to inside the angle brackets, and we pass the pointer that we'd like to cast into the parentheses. Here's an example. Let's say we'd like to cast to A player controller in a pointer of type A controller type. We pass the pointer into the parentheses and the type we're casting to in the angle brackets, and what gets returned is a value of type A player controller pointer. So here's the function call where we're passing the type in the angle brackets, and the A controller pointer value that we get returned from getController can go in the parentheses. So we need to cast this value that we're getting returned from getController. That's going to be your challenge. So in begin play, use the getController function and pass that value in to the cast function and cast to A player controller. And then you can store the result in our player controller ref pointer, which is
I'm from
type A
Chicago.
player controller pointer. Pause the video and perform the cast.
Where are you from?
Okay, so we've almost got all the work done here. We just need to cast. So what we're going to do is call the cast function, which has angle brackets as well as parentheses. And what goes in the parentheses is the value that we'd like to cast. Now, getController returns a pointer of type A controller. I'm going to move that right here into the parentheses, and the type
Whoa.
we're casting to is A player controller. So again, we're taking the value returned by getController. This returns an A controller pointer, or an address. Then we're using cast to cast it to an A player controller. We know that the object returned by getController is an A player controller object stored in an A controller pointer. So after we've cast this, what gets returned is a pointer of type A player controller. So we're storing that in player controller ref. Now that we have access to the controller, in the form of an A player controller pointer, we can access the function we need to get the trace hit result under the cursor. So in summary, we used getController to gain access to the controller. We also use the cast function to cast from the type A controller pointer.
Nice to meet you.
Controller pointer. Now we can access the function we need.
Hell yeah, bro. What time is it in the UK right now?
On the A player controller class. So we'll start using this function. In the next video. I'll see you soon. Hey, welcome back. Now, we know that we need to get the hit result under the cursor. We're going to talk a little bit more about how that works.
No, I'm just doing it
in this video. So our goal is to get the hit result under the cursor and show this
I'm just doing it.
And we can do so by drawing.
What time is it where you are?
We'll learn how to do that as well. So let's talk about something called a hit result. In games, we'll often want to do something like this. We'll have a point in space. We'll call this point start, and it has the type f vector. And we'll have an end location. This will also be a point in space of type f vector. Now let's say we'd like to draw an invisible line from the start point to the end point. And at the moment we draw this line, we'd like to see if there are any objects in between the start and end locations. Now if there are, then this line that we're drawing in space is going to hit that object on the surface. When this happens, we call this a hit event. Now when we draw an invisible line like this, it's called performing a line trace. And when we hit something, we say that we have a trace hit. Now if we do hit something and get a hit event, then the trace hit stores information in a struct called a hit result. Its type is fHitResult. Now the fHitResult struct contains variables that store information about the hit event, including the hit location as an f vector in space and the actor that we hit, among other information. Now when we perform a line trace, we do so by specifying a collision channel. Usually with line traces, we choose the channel called visibility. There exists an enum called eCollision channel, and in this enum, there's an enum constant called ECC visibility. This is one of the parameters we specify when performing a line trace. Now, if we specify the visibility channel, that means objects that are set to block the visibility channel in their collision settings will register hit events. Any objects that are not set to block the visibility channel will not generate hit events. Now, we would like the trace result under the cursor. Imagine we have the screen here, and here's our cursor. Now, at the tip of our cursor, we have a point on the screen. When we use the function to get the hit result under the cursor, what happens is we have our camera, and it may see some objects in the world, such as the floor here, and we're performing a line trace from the camera at the point on the screen corresponding to our cursor location, and we're shooting the line trace straight out into the world. And if we hit something, we'll generate a hit event and store the information in a hit result struct. So let's find out how we can do this. I'm here in tank.cpp, and what I'd like to do is get the hit result under the cursor every frame, which means we need the tick function. So again, we're going back into basepawn and finding our tick function here. Now we're not using it for anything in basepawn, so we can move this function into the tank class, just like we did with beginplay. So I'm going to highlight the function declaration along with its comment and copy it. And after that, I'll delete this whole section, public and all. And then I'll go back into tank.h, and here in the public section, I'm going to paste the tick function declaration. Now we're not using it in basepawn, so I'm going to remove the tick function from basepawn.cpp. Now it's gone from basepawn. Now we have it here declared in tank.h, but we also need to define the function in tank.cpp. I'm going to do it here in tank.cpp just under setup player input component. So we're going to say void tick. It takes a float called delta time, and there's our body. Now again, we need a tank just before the tick function along with the scope resolution operator. And we also need to call super tick and pass in delta time. So we now have tick on the tank class. What we want to do is get the hit result under the cursor. So here's how we do it. The function we're going to use exists on the player controller called getHitResultUnderCursor. We've been talking about this. Now here's the syntax. It takes a trace channel. Remember, we need to specify a trace channel, and we're going to use visibility. Now we have two additional input parameters. The first is a bool called bTraceComplex. We'll talk about what that means in a second. And the third input parameter is an fHitResult. Now I'm going to click on fHitResult just to see this type here in the documentation. And if I scroll down, we'll see some the variables. One of them is called actor, and its description says actor hit by the trace. We also have this B blocking hit, which says indicates if this hit was a result of a blocking collision. Now, among the other variables, we have things like impact point. This is the location in space where we actually hit something. So why don't we go ahead and attempt to call this function? We first want our player controller, and thanks to what we did here in begin play, we have player controller ref. Now, the first thing we should do is check to see if player controller ref is valid. We can always pass a pointer into an if statement. It'll return true if the pointer itself is not a null pointer. If it is a null pointer, it'll return false in an if statement and will never reach the inside of the if statement. It's always a good idea to check our pointers and make sure they're not null before we use them. Now we're going to get our player controller ref, and we're going to use the arrow operator to call the function get hit result under cursor. Now we can see with the pop-up that we have 3 input parameters. The first is the trace channel. We're going to use e collision channel, and if we type 2 colons, we get a dropdown that shows us all of the different enum constants in the e collision channel enum. We want to use visibility, so we're going to type ECC visibility to specify that we're using the visibility channel. Now the next parameter is called btraceComplex, and we're going to pass false into this. Now we'll discuss in a few minutes what this means, but for now we're going to use false. Now for the third parameter, we need a hit result. This is a struct of type fHitResult. Now if you hover over this, you'll see that fHitResult is being passed in as a reference, as indicated by the reference operator that looks like an ampersand. Now usually when you pass something in as a reference, it's a const reference, meaning the function won't be able to change it. But here we're passing in an fHitResult as a non-const reference. This is generally a hint that the function is designed to change this input parameter directly. What getHitResult under cursor is going to do is fill in those variables in the fHitResult with information about the hit result. This means we need to pass one of these fHitResults in. We're going to create a local variable here in the if check of type fHitResult, and we can call this hitResult. And we can simply pass this in as the third input parameter. Now, after we've called this function, then this hitResult will be filled in with data about this line trace. For example, we can access hitResult.actor to get the actor that was hit, or .impactPoint to get the point in space where we had the hit event. So the hit result is what we will use to get information about the line trace. Now, often it's nice to be able to see the result of a line trace. We can easily visualize the result of a line trace by drawing a debug sphere. Debug spheres are simple shapes that we draw in space, and they're great for showing a location, and we use these when debugging. We don't actually use debug spheres in a shipped game. So let's see how we can draw one of these debug spheres. Now here's the documentation for a function called drawDebugSphere. It exists in drawDebugHelpers.h. So we can copy this header and include it wherever we'd like to call drawDebugSphere. Now look at all the input parameters. First it takes a world. This way it knows which world to draw the sphere in. It takes an f-vector for the center of the sphere, as well as a float for the radius. It takes an int32 for the number of segments for that sphere. The more segments, the more round the sphere. It takes an f-color. This way it knows which color to draw this sphere in. It wants to know if you want persistent lines. In other words, should the lines disappear immediately or should they persist? If they do persist, it wants to know the lifetime of the sphere. When should it stop drawing the sphere? If you don't draw persistent lines, say you'd like to draw it for a single frame, then you would pass -1 in as the lifetime. Now the last 2 parameters are optional, so we'll keep this simple by only discussing the first 7 parameters. Let's see how this works. I'm going to draw a debug sphere. Now up at the top, I'm going to include drawDebugHelpers.h. That's where this drawDebugSphere function is declared. Now let's go down to begin play and just simply draw a debug sphere to see how this works. So I'm going to call drawDebugSphere. And the first input parameter is a uWorld. We can get our world at any time by calling getWorld. GetWorld returns a uWorld pointer to our current world. So that will satisfy the first input. Next, we need an f-vector for the center of the sphere. Now we're calling this in begin play. So I can simply call getActorLocation. And this will get the location of our tank pawn since we're in the tank class. Now I'm going to raise the sphere up by a bit. So I'm going to add an f-vector with 0.f for the x, 0.f for the y, and say 200.f for the z. Now I'm going to place these input parameters each on their own line so it's clear what we're passing in for each input. The second input is getting this expression, which is the actor location plus a vector pointing upward with a length of 200. Adding these 2 vectors together will give me the location of the tank raised up in the z-axis by 200 units. Now the next input parameter. It's going to be the radius of the sphere. I'm going to choose 100.f, just so we can see what a debug sphere with a radius of 100 looks like. Next is the number of segments. I'm going to choose 12. We'll see what that looks like. Now for an f-color, there exists an f-color class, and it has lots of colors built in, such as red. Now for the boolean called bPersistentLines, I'm going to choose true. And for the next input parameter, we have the lifetime. Notice it has a default value of -1. That means by default, it'll draw the debug sphere for a single frame. But I'm going to pass in 30.f so that we get the sphere for 30 seconds. And I can omit the last 2 parameters. So here's our function call to draw debug sphere. Let's compile this and see what it looks like. Okay, so I'm back in the editor. I'm going to open a second window so we can see So here's our function call to draw debug sphere. Let's compile this and see what it looks like. Okay, so I'm back in the editor. I'm going to open a second window so we can see this in full screen. I can go to Window, Viewports, and select Viewport 2. And now I see this second window. It may not be full screened when it opens up, but you can always maximize it. Now from
Crash report. Uh-oh. Probably because of Nikes. Did that save? Compile. Okay. We're live coding this. So, aha. Viewport 2 crashes my freaking... Why do you want to open a second viewport here? What are we doing?
here I can play the game with Alt-P. Now check this out. Here's our debug sphere. Notice it's not perfectly round. We chose 12 for the number of segments. The more segments you choose, the more lines it takes to draw the sphere. Now this is a sphere with a radius of 100. It's pretty big. And the center of the sphere is at the location of the tank plus 200 units up in the air. So this is how we can draw debug spheres. So your challenge is to draw a debug sphere using the trace result under our cursor. So draw a debug sphere in our new if statement where we're checking if player controller ref is not null. Now using our hit result, get the impact point from the hit result and use that as the center for the sphere. Now for the persistent lines input parameter, use false, and for the duration, use -1. And this will result in drawing the sphere for a single frame, which is okay because we're calling this every frame inside the tick function. So pause the video and draw the debug sphere in the tick function. Okay, so I'm back here in tank.cpp. Now I have this draw debug sphere function call here in begin play. So I can go ahead and copy that and just remove it from begin play. And we're going to go back up into tick here inside of our if statement. And I'm just going to paste it here and we're going to change some of the input parameters. For one, we're changing the location for the center of the sphere. We're going to use the hit result. So I'm going to say hit result dot impact point. Now for the radius, I'd like to make this a bit smaller. Let's make it about 25. That's okay if you didn't do that. I'm just doing this so the sphere is not so big. Now, the second to last parameter we're passing in is for persistent lines. I'm going to pass in false, and for the duration, instead of 30 seconds, I'm going to use -1.f. That way, we'll get a sphere for a single frame, which is okay. Again, we're calling this in the tick function, so we'll be calling this every frame. Let's go ahead and compile this. Now, back in the editor, if I hit play, now check this out. I have a debug sphere, and it's being drawn at the impact point for the line trace under the cursor. Now we can move this up the walls and on other objects, and the trace is hitting these objects because they're set to block the visibility channel. Pretty awesome, right? Now, I promised we would discuss tracing complex versus tracing simple. I'm going to show you something. While we're playing the game, let's click in the viewport so that we have control over our pawn. Now hit the tilde key and type the console command show collision. Now, it may not be so easy to see on my screen, but you can definitely see it on your screen. Notice the collision for our pawns. Not only can we see the capsule, but we can see this collision volume around our tank and turret meshes. This is simple collision. Let me just show you real quick where we can see the simple collision. I'm going to go into Assets and Meshes, and if I double click on, say, Tank Base, here we're looking at the complex collision. If I click on this show icon here at the top and select complex collision, I can see all of the polygons in the complex collision, and there are a lot of them. If I click the show icon again, and this time check the checkbox next to simple collision, notice there's another collision volume. This is called a collision hull, and it has a great deal less geometry. There is a smaller number of polygons with this collision volume. This is what the physics engine uses to detect for overlap and hit events. If it were using the complex collision, it would require a great deal more computations. This is why we have simple collision volumes. So it's much better for performance whenever doing a line trace if we trace for simple collision instead of complex collision. So now we've gotten the hit result under the cursor. It took some work to get there, but now we have it, and we've proved it by showing this location with a debug sphere. This is a nice way to confirm that our trace hit is working. So now that we know it's working, we can use that location to rotate the turret on our tank. And we'll do that in the next video. I'll see you soon.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here for now. Seems like a good spot. Control S, we just compiled, so should be all good. And let's go to Minecraft. Okay. I think let's get some totems today. Make some babies for me, please. I'm gonna need some Mo. A lot of junk. Generally, a lot of junk. I don't have any food? You. Are you over there? I need you to make me some babies. Make me some babies. And actually, do I have you? Looting 3, that's huge. That's actually the one I want. One of the ones I want. There's a book down here? I can have a book down here. Looting 3, Fortune 3 was really the one I wanted. Looting 3 is fine. We'll do it. You? Ross Walker? Self-touch, of course. Please make some babies. Knockback leading to Unbreaking 3. Smite 4. Can try to add that. It's pretty solid. Babies, babies. I need a mending. Me too. Oh. Did you baby up? No babies. Oh, because there's not an yeah, we can baby up. Is this the best way to do it? Maybe. It's possible. Oh shit! Fuck! Oh, I didn't. The books are up here. Knockback 2, looting 2, unbreaking 3. Do I go again? I mean, I have pretty much everything that I want. Looting 3, smite 4, sharpness. What's a sharpness? I'm gonna reroll it. How do I make? Can I do that? Isn't it called grind? I think it's called a grindstone. This is everything I can make. I don't know why I can know. Ow. That hurt. Ouch. I don't know what Bane of Anthropods is, but fine. You're kidding me! It's not worth it then. I need freaking 40? Please make some babies for me. We want babies. There we go. I already had Unbreaking. Why did I buy it again? Ah! I'm so silly. What? I need god dang. All right. I believe I am ready to embark. Oh no, are you supposed to be in there? You are supposed to be in there. Come on, fall in. Fall in, you little bitch. I don't have any arrows. There we go. Shit. I need a village. Show me a village. Down to 21 levels? How many levels did I just use on a sword? Well, if I run into a pillager outpost, I'll do the same Jimmy John. Alright, we got an open field over here. Feel like a village outside of trees is... We're 3,000 blocks away from where we started. Oh, that's a big ol'. That's a big ol', big ol'. Actually, it's not a big hole. A nice open village would be ideal. Oh, here we go. I want this. Thank you. Yeah. This would have been sick to get early on. Okay. This is huge. Alright, we're blocking you in. Block you in too. Block everybody in. I'll take the food. Huh? That should be fine. I'm gonna sleep real quick. And let's put some of this stuff in here. Shit. Need some blocks. Raid starting, raid starting. Fuck! I don't have any arrows. Oh, shit balls. How do I not have arrows? Oh, goddamn arrows. Oh, shit. I'm not ready for this. Yo, you hit hard. I forget about that. What the fuck? There's some arrows. Oh my god. Oh fuck. How many? How many? Where are we? Go home. Go home. Potentially coming from a different. Oh, there's a pillager tower too. Holy shit. Huh. Where are they? Where are you? Hello? Guys running. He's scared over here. Why are you scared? You getting in the house? Oh, you're stuck. There you go. That's it? Okay, not ideal. Oh shit, we're back in. I'm over here again, are ya? And witches this time. You're gonna witch you never met me. Yo, are you scared or something? You bewitched? What did I do to my sword? I feel like it's worse now. Can you just fucking stand still? Where are you, bro? Oh. They're tossing them out into the sea. Ow! Yeah, you gotta stop poisoning me. Just reset. Loners? Oh boy. Holy shit. Oh, you little bitch. Get over here, huh? How am I not hitting you? Shit. Did I get one? I did. I got a totem. Damn it. Okay, he hurts. He's hurting me. He's hurting me. Holy fuck. Holy shit, I'm in a bad spot. Holy shit, I'm in a bad spot. Second totem. Alright. Was there a dude on a... Oh, fuck. Yo, why are there so many baby zombies? Where the last dude at? He must have fallen down. Is it a witch? Oh, no. I heard a pillager. Another round? Going again, baby. Ow, what the fuck? Can't do shit in here. This is actually a really bad spot for it. Almost daylight. Gotta be last round, gotta be. Oh, fuck. Very bad, very bad, very bad. Holy shit. What the hell is that? It's a fucking... Fuck. What? "26 seconds." Raid still goes, raid still goes, raid still goes, raid still goes. You bastard! Don't sleep through the raid. Don't sleep through the raid. The raid's still going on. Let's go then, baby. You. Oh, you got another one? Holy, you're riding a fucking thing? Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna split up here. What is that? That's crazy. Ow. I don't know where you are. Yes. I was at the last... Oh, I know, was it? Yeah, come on. Get over here. Okay, where are the rest of the raiders? Ah, yeah. Where are the raiders? Are you ready? Does this raid just go on forever? Like, I feel like this is around a million. Came from over here. Ooh, there. That's 4 totems so far. That's pretty solid. Oh, no. That worked. Fall damage, baby. We love fall damage. Uh-huh. Over? Hero of the village! Oh, shit. Oh, fuck! Yo, I'm so bad. Hero of the village, what does that do? Come greet your hero, peasants. Let's just Google it. Oh, okay, so I don't care about this. Because I'm not trading with any of these villagers. Titles going? Yeah. No. All right. There we go. Okay. Look at that, another enchanted golden apple. All for me. Oh, fuck. Can I complete this? I do have, I think I have obsidian. Like, I don't have obsidian. I mean, I could just do it real quick. Where's this gonna take me? Time to log off soon. Oh, well, I just did. Why are there no good nether portals? I'm 3,000 blocks away. Oh, shit. Wait a second. That's weird. Arrows. Is that another nether portal? That's where it just came from? Oh, that's fine. Okay, I'm calling it. Calling counter in. It's called falling with style. Another pillager tower. That's the one I frequent. Which means... Any babies? Why no babies? I'm gonna have to smite you. Let me out of here. God damn, I've used all my freaking wood. What's some garbage that I can put in here? White wool. Carrots. That's saddle. Oh. Okay, I think tomorrow we make a villager breeder. All right. Well done, everybody. No, I didn't record the entire